Oh, I didn't get to make that promo video. I'll make it tomorrow. I'll put it on my to-do list. Then I was working on cleaning this thing up. Kinda see it. There's not enough light here. A little like chibi character. But like the prints, the support's just there's so much support. And it is a pain to get off. I think it needs to be the tree supports are really good, but they definitely get like everywhere. It makes it really hard to kind of get all the pieces off. It just takes a while. And so I think I might just print them larger so it's not so difficult. Because I can't like sell this for like $10 and it takes me 2 hours to just clean it up. Like, not working for $5 an hour to just get this crap off. That's where like printing support material, where there's like multicolor printers come in and you can print with like different materials, and then like the stuff you just dip it in and it'll like melt it off. Because there are some multicolor printers that do that. There's like a water. Is it? It's not water soluble, but it's some like chemical. And again, I don't want chemicals either. It's just a lot. I'm trying to get in here, break all this stuff off. Get to Roblox. Yeah, it's just like there's too many small areas here to kind of get everything. So I'm printing a Chun-Li one right now. Hopefully I'm printing it a little bit bigger. I should have printed this one bigger too. I just didn't want to waste all the material. Oh, yes. And then try to figure out what I'm working on here for this game. Trying to build this Like this one, like it prints, like it's just like, I think half of it ends up being material, or like 40%, which I just hate. But might change the settings. Oh yeah, here it is. So this was 4 hours. Okay, anyways. So yeah, I'm trying to work on this game. I got this little thing. Looks like some of the other people are doing pretty good. They're doing like a lot of visual effects stuff, which is cool. I mean, that's definitely cool. Like, it definitely seems like there's a lot of cool stuff here. You know, that's the fun stuff, I think, with the RPG Maker. Yeah, these guys, they have like some like one person like making like all these cool effects. I'm like, that's cool. But so I've got to I've been dealing damage to the player, and then the enemy. Need to get like an enemy NPC. I'm gonna just create another part. Add a part here. Workspace. I don't know where the enemy is. I'm gonna make a new folder. Get this part, and then that's gonna be an enemy. Actually, I think it needs to be a humanoid. Let me see. Get random point. So pathfinding service, so that's cool. There's a pathfinding service, workspace, script.parent, NPC, find first class, child class, humanoid. So I wonder if there's like, is it just a character I make? Walk radius, wait times 2. So yeah, let's go ahead and accept that. I mean, it's definitely cool. See, and then I don't know where it puts the stuff. Enemy NPC walker. It puts it in this like prompt folder. And then what's this do? Generate my avatar scanner. I don't know what this means. Generate rig. Let me see. I'm gonna cancel that. Can I cancel? No. Create a new character model. File, new, create. File, new. Gosh dang it. That's not what I wanted. No. That's not what I want at all. In Explorer, right click and select model. Music. Oh. In the Explorer. Where's the Explorer? Oh, right here. It would help if I knew stuff, right? No, it doesn't have anything. Right click. In the Explorer, right click. And select model. I think there's just too much stuff in here. Yeah, I can't even do that. Anyways, model. Let's see. I think that's right. Name your model, for example, player character. Add a humanoid. Object, right click and select humanoid to create a humanoid object. I can't right click anywhere. Maybe it just means this. Say model. Humanoid. Forget that's a thing. Like, it's just like click the plus sign. Tell you. See. Let's create a new model. Add humanoid. Name your humanoid. Enemy fighter. And then name your humanoid. Parent the humanoid object to the character. Configure the humanoid root part. Oh, really? The, let me see, hold on. Because you posted, I thought you posted in, concept. I don't know, dude. Yeah, in the concept. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know who you're talking to. I just respond sometimes. I'm just like, he's talking. I just always expect that you're talking to me, so I just respond. Yeah, you said pixel height, and like, why do I care about pixel height? It's just like, whatever. Not even thinking, like, you're not even talking to me. Like, not even for a second. I guess maybe that's just how tired I am all the time. Let me see, where's this part? Like learning all this stuff. Applied for some jobs today. And some more freelance stuff. Hopefully one of these freelance ones. It seems like it's a little bit... yeah. Parent is... Oh, no, I did that wrong. I'm gonna have to move this because I don't know what the heck it's saying. I think AI is a little bit outdated. Walk 2 point, target point. Just set that to off. Root part, set that in. He doesn't have a root part. Character rig. And rig. See, I think it comes with all that stuff already. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even see where this object is. No. Animating. Yeah. Yep, yeah, it's just a whole bunch of sprites. The link itself. And so the idea is you would have some kind of, just like the lilies, you have a rigged sprite, and those are the joints. And then you break out one of those joints. So yeah, it should be easy. And we just have to start whiteboxing everything. I gotta work on Thomas's stuff. I wanted to finish the crane boss this week, but I didn't really get to go into the crane boss stuff and define this week's work, so I'll try to do that later. So you just add a humanoid, but you don't add... This is ridiculous. I was hoping it was just going to be like a pre-made model or something. Okay. Yeah. do body colors. I don't even know where's this object. Do I have to add all the individual mesh parts? That's ridiculous. Why isn't there just some like default thing? Having to push the pulley into place and then the fish will... I mean, we have the push functionality. And that, to me, it just didn't make sense. That's all. Where, to me, it just didn't make sense. Like, we were just throwing things in there just to throw things in there. And so, to me, it at least makes sense because maybe you're trying to... It's not a it is a tutorial level, but that doesn't mean we just throw everything in there. You know, especially since we're, you know, we didn't introduce the jump mechanic either. Like, the jump's gonna come later on. We'll unlock more things. And again, like, the push mechanics not that I just don't feel like it's super needed. But if they like push an object and then that releases the pulley, then that's fine. As long as it's like more worried about the flow of the level. Because, you know, learning the movement and then the dash mechanic thing, because okay, you can dash to break and dash to push, but I mean, we set up a trap for them, right? Where like, oh hey, you gotta push this block over here, and then it like falls on him as they're doing the task. That would be brutal. They're like, hey, you're just starting out. It's like, hey, you're just starting out this level, and we're just gonna drop something on your head. What are these? These are just parts. Is there no, like, dummy? I'm just gonna... I love it. I love how none of these freaking kids are naming anything. There's just tons of stuff everywhere. Nothing's labeled. Oh my god. It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and that could be the other thing too, right? Where we got to push that block into place and then they pull it up. That could be something else we do. Yeah. Yeah, that is fine with me. That works. It's just like I felt like we were just overcrowding the area. Because then you're gonna push it into place, they're gonna pull it up, and then it's gonna fall. And you gotta like dash out of the way. Right. We could do that too. I think what we have in the levy is fine. I think it works. I'm just gonna steal this dummy. Did someone just like... This is just crazy. Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be cool with that too. Like, you gotta lift this... Yeah, wooden block off the NPC, and then it'll start talking to you. Change the dialogue up to say, hey, help. And you just gotta push it off. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's an issue. What's funny is like in my demos they're like aggressive, but I'm not sure. There's got to be something, and I think it is the raycast system. I think I need to add, because the raycast is not reactive, right? And I think the raycast system is, it's like event driven. It's not reactive in a way that it's continually telling me where the player is. Right? And so the problem is it sees the player and then it says, okay, go there. But it doesn't like continually update where the player is, right? It's event driven. Right? So it's like, okay, where do I go next? Where do I go next? Where do I go next? And it has to wait, right? It's waiting. And that's the problem I think we're having, is that it's not actively trying to chase the player, it's just going to where the player was, right? Even in the chase, it's going to where the player was. In the aware state, it goes where the player was. Even in the attack state, it does the same thing. Right? And so it works in its happy little scenario, but I think for attack, it needs to just know where the player is. And so I think I need to build a helper behavior that just says that it's the raycast system is just I don't know, I haven't really thought about how to do it. I think overall the raycast system, it's just had issues. I don't know if TG's using the same thing in the other game either. And to me, it's just like it's very reactive, and I just feel like I need to make a whole new one. But I'll just keep modifying it because I think the next thing to do is just have it continually ping the player, because I think one of the other issues is if it has to reach its destination first before it attacks, and so it's not detecting the player, right? So I think that the attack function itself also needs to change. But that's where like the raycast system, I think, is kind of failing us, because the raycast system only updates us on like when something's entered the view and when something's left the view. Right? It's not just actively, and of course, like I don't want to create a whole new raycast system just for attacks, where it's like, oh hey, like now I've got to create like this own raycast system just to do attacks, when the raycast system should just be doing it. I haven't really thought about how to take the approach. But it's constantly tracking the player, right? And that's the thing about our raycast system. It tracks the closest object, but it doesn't do anything about it, right? Yeah, our raycast system, it doesn't do anything about it, right? Because I don't know. I don't know what the intention was there. Because I didn't make the raycast system. I've just been modifying it. And so it detects when you get into vision, when you get into the area, and it updates the position of the object, but it's event driven, meaning that it only gives you the position of the target when you either enter the vision, leave the vision, and that's it, right? That's all it does. You either in the vision, out of the vision, or you leave the area, or you enter the close zone. There's no functionality for it to continually update the attack. And so I haven't really thought about how to improve it without having to like rewrite the whole raycast system. I think what it needs to do is, because we also don't care, right? This whole too close range, that is okay. That triggers the attack state, but the attack state is still just, it doesn't like continually ping that, and so I think it needs to, where it's all of a sudden starts pinging like, hey, where's the player? Where's the player? Which is, I think, why it's not so aggressive. But we also have to talk about the movement system, right? Again, I didn't make the movement system. The movement system is directional based, right? But that's, again, this is gonna be the other part. The movement system. The movement system is what is directional based, right? We tell it go left, go right, go straight, go up, go down. It doesn't stop, right? We ran into this issue several times where we tell it to go and we have to tell it to go a different way, right? It's event driven, so it's just going. So if we attack right, we attack left, we attack right, we attack left, we go, right? But we have to tell it to change. So who tells it to change, right? The raycast system. Well, the raycast system isn't telling us when to change. So how does it tell us to change, right? It's a architectural problem that we have with the raycast system and the movement system. They're not, the movement system is designed to get updates and say, just tell us when. If we change it to like a trigger state and say, okay, well, if you're in this trigger zone, that could be like one approach we take, and so then you're in this trigger zone, right? And then that tells, hey, you're in this area like combat zone. The problem is that, yeah, you put it in front of the enemy, you're in this trigger zone, and you just tell like the player. This is why I think the different game development styles also matters, right? We have this like advanced raycast system, and then we have the simple approach would be this trigger zone, right? We sit in this trigger box. As long as you're in that trigger box, we're going to attack, right? And we tell it to attack, you tell it to attack, right? Because the whole animation system's in there, it works. The issue we have is the raycast. And so when you're in this position, you have to go to, and we tell the player to move to a position. The other issue is that when we tell it to move, we also have to tell it to stop, right? It has to stop at a certain time. We have to update. We go to this position. So the raycast needs to work a little bit more intuitively with our state changes and our movement. So thinking about the trigger zone, if you're there, the problem is that what do you do next? You left, right? We go to the chase state, right? Then, now, who's keeping track of the player position, right? The raycast system is, until you leave, right? And then it doesn't. Then it goes to the aware state, and then we all keep track of that stuff. You end up, so when you get this like trigger zone, it needs to then communicate to the attack state. Attack. It fetches back, hey, you're done attacking, make a request. And I think where the problem lies, again, it's in the raycast system, is when the player is moving, it just needs to continually get that, tell the attack state what to do. And I wish I could like explain this better. because what ends up happening is the enemy has to get close enough, right, to do the attack. Because we want them like right there. Otherwise, it's just a chase state. We switch to the attack, they just attack, but then we have to say, okay, update. Well, if you moved, you gotta update. And so it's just an issue with the like something that's instant. But that goes against having something that's instant goes against everything that we've built, right? It goes against like every system that's been built. And so that's why like I'm having trouble thinking about the solution, right? And so what we could do is we do, right? It's the raycast system, right? That's what tells the state what state to be in. It's the raycast system. If you're in, let me just, I think I do have a whiteboard of it. Yeah, line of sight, here you go. The line of sight is, it's event driven, right? It doesn't keep track of once, you know, so let me see, I'll erase this. I don't even know how to erase. Let me just draw something again. So once it gets the player, right, it says the player enters here and the player is coming towards you. It says, okay, the enemy wants to go here, right? And then you enter the attack zone, and then it's like, okay, well, now I want to go here. And so, depending on its vision, it should attack you, right? The thing that ends up happening with our vision, right? Say if the player's here, our vision is, and I think you understand it too, is our vision's here, right? And the player is attacking this way. It needs to rotate, right? And then attack. Right? Oh man, ads. My bad. I think I keep pressing. Okay, let me know if you're back. Okay, my bad. I missed the ads. I would have snoozed. So, right. Raycastism is event driven, right? Everything Everything in our game is event driven now. And so we want, so the player, or sorry, the enemy, when you enter the cone of vision, right, it's going to say, hey, I'm going to chase you now. I'm going to go to this spot. Because movement is directional, it will continue. It's just going, right? It's just going. It says go this way. Then when you enter the attack range, if you're in vision, then it's going to attack, right? It's going to the attack state. It's going to move to that position. And when it's close enough, it's going to attack. It's going to go to that position and then attack. And I think that's part of the problem, is that you're moving. The player is moving. You could be over here. You could be over here, right? You can be over here. And so I think this is where our enemies really need to have like a look at function. And so maybe when we go into the attack state, and this is the problem, right? We don't have a look at function, right? Because we have a movement system. The movement system does not support look at, right? It's a directional functionality. It says we have to tell it where to look. And I think that might be the solution, right? Because if you come over here, if the player's over here, you're in the attack zone. So it's like, hey, let's go to our attack state. We need to tell it consistently where to look and where to go. But who does that? Like, who needs to handle that? The attack state? The raycast? Does the attack state need to override the raycast system to say, hey, start pinging all the time where I should be going? And this is why I'm not, it comes like Unity's like architecture, I think we got to go, which with any software architecture, you supposed to go out with like the simplest plans. And so we have to continually so we have our raycast, right? Whatever, raycast. Just I can't spell with this mouse. That's what it does, right? That's what it does. It just uses raycasts, right? Once the player's in this attack zone, it switches to the attack state. But what if the enemy is facing this way? What if it's facing this way? What if it's facing this way? So we have to then tell the movement to rotate and move, right? We don't have look at, right? We don't have look at. We have to tell the movement system where to go. It uses directions, right? So we have our movement, we have our raycast, and then we have our attack, right? So our raycast says we're in the attack state, and then it says we have to update the attack state to then talk to the movement to say where to go. That's where the target comes in. We pass along this target here. This target's here, and then we tell the target, right? We say, you know, this is where like our direction comes from. Direction. So without the raycast continually pinging the target to the player and updating the movement, right? The movement doesn't know where to go. that's like, that could be like other issues we run into, is that we can't, like, do we need to constantly turn the raycast on and off just to support it, right? That's just like bad design. I think that might be a temporary solution to say, hey, you know what, we're having a lot of issues with attack detection, but when we leave this trigger box, let me think. So if we leave this trigger box, the enemy's still attacking, then we tell the enemy to go to the chase state. We got to turn back the gray cast on. Man, I think that's going to be trickier. So if you leave, we turn this on, you're out of the vision zone, you're in the aware state, or the chase state. You left the zone, you have to go to chase. Chase turns on the raycast. If you leave too quickly, if you leave the zone too quickly, we just go to the aware state and just quit. And just go back to the fish navigation. Yeah, let me think. Since we're talking about it, I don't think I'll erase that, right? Yeah, okay. So we have our attack, we have our movement, we have our raycast. Well, the old enemy raycast that I had, remember we got the Vision 2D or Enemy Vision plugin. We had that at the beginning. So I think it's just... I think when we're in the danger zone, it makes it hard to, because our attack state, so this isn't really what's happening, right? Kind of. We have our raycast, triggers the attack state, which is actually just a move to. It moves to X position. But then it goes to an actual attack animation. The animation, right? This is the actual attack, right? The attack state gets us close. It says, hey, we need to move. We need to move from here to here and then attack. We throw our punch, right? So what we need to do is we need to be able to go, say, if you can go here, or you can go here, or you can go here, and I think the issue is like making sure that these three components work together, right, really well. I don't think it was. We never got to fully play with the other Vision, the Vision plugin. I mean, well, we really never got to like fully test TG's combat system. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is like, is he using the same system in the other game? God damn it, my phone's dead. I don't know about his box game. But that's like an easier game, right? Like it's either facing right or it's facing left. Like our problem is these three components that when you enter the danger zone, that you go to the attack state. The attack state wants to get you as close as possible. Right, I'm not sure if it's the same as Kindergoth. The attack state wants to get you as close as possible to throw a punch. And then we do that by telling the movement to get closer. So the raycast system, this is like the architectural problem, is that the raycast system doesn't know when it knows when it's too close, right? That's what this little red zone is. But it doesn't know when it's close enough to punch. Right? Since it's state driven, the next thing we could do, the other thing like you mentioned was like the attack state. It ends up creating like the logic of you have different entities, you have different like objects keeping track of the same thing. So this red zone says, hey, you need to go and attack. But what do we do, right? And then you move and punch, move and punch, move and punch, right? So when you get close enough, we need to have like something that just detects that we're close enough to throw a punch. And so for us right now, it's just, it says, hey, go, you're in the danger zone, move here to the attack zone, throw your punch, right? But if your attack zone gets closer, who does that update to just then throw your punch? The attack should do it, but we don't know that because the raycast system doesn't tell us. No one's tracking the player. And so what I was talking about where that you have the temporary fix, you can have the trigger. You have the trigger on the attack state, and it says, okay, we're close enough. We're close enough. Like you've entered this attack box state, you're close enough. We quit out of the movement and we go straight to the animation. Right? Again, let me see. So our raycast says go to the attack state, move to X position, and the attack state will say, hey, you're close enough, right? Go to the attack. I think the attack state ends up having to be the quitter. It interrupts the raycast and the movement and just throws a punch. Right, until I come up with something. Because I think it's an architectural problem. Because does the attack... Because, yeah, the attack is saying, hey, move to X, right? So you go to 1, you go to 2. But before you get to 2, if you need to attack the player, then attack the player. So you have this like conditional logic that, well, I want you to get close to the player, but the player is getting close to us, so just punch it in the face, kind of thing. And so then that overrides the movement and goes right to the next state, right? Right. And that's where like the little bit that I'm trying to like think about is, and that kind of goes against the raycast system inherently, that the raycast system, does it need to check that we're close enough to attack? Or maybe that's what this should be, right? Or you have the attack state, right? You have the attack state have its own raycast system. And say you're close enough, and then just do your attack. Right. Like shooting multiple bullets. Right. But again, it's like event driven, right? And so like the purpose of the raycast is just updating when and when not to move into the attack state, or move out of vision, things like that. And so I think, yeah, that might be the attack state itself either has to have its own raycast, its own ray vision as well, or use the trigger box and say, hey, I'm close enough, let's cancel my movement and just attack. Right. Yeah, that was like the other thing. But to me, it's coming back to like an architectural problem, is that what does the raycast system need to do? It's telling us that we're too close and we need to attack. But maybe that was is that something we want? Was that actually necessary? Or should we just say, hey, and this goes into the other like external drivers. So say if we, let me see. Say if we didn't have this, right? Say if we had the attack state, think about the boss koi, right? We have, when you enter those zones, the koi fish exits its patrol state and it attacks the player, right? What if the raycast, and this is like the design things I'm trying to think about, the raycast's job is not to tell you when to attack. The attack state's job is to, and that's kind of like where it's half and half, and that's what I don't like, is the raycast system is telling us when to go to the attack state, but then the attack state is telling us when to stop the attack state, right? Or when to interrupt the attack state. And now, instead, we say, well, the raycast is just going to tell us where to go, direction. The other states are going to tell us when to change, right? Dude, that's exactly what makes games scalable and ends up saving headaches in the long run. Like, have those headaches now, then. And I think that's the problem. Maybe this too close isn't the right approach for the raycast, because we use it to move to the attack state, and maybe that's not right. Maybe that's not what we want. But I'll think about it some more. I'll add the, we'll keep it, and then add a new, like, trigger box that will say, okay, hey, you're close enough. We do need to get to the demo. Yeah, that's where, yeah, we'll have that trigger box. Because you could still be... Can I read on top of this? Like, if you enter here, right, if the player's here, it's got to rotate, and then attack, right? Rotate, attack, rotate, attack. And then the other issue with, like, the... And it really comes down to, like, that finesse, right? Because the other thing is that the movement system doesn't allow us to rotate, right? It only moves to and it rotates by moving to. But if I'm here and the fish is facing this way, it moves and rotates at different speeds, right? So it can attack me while facing the wrong way, right? Which it can do. It's definitely, it can do that right now. Because again, we're talking about how our movement system is boat-like, right? It's trying to attack me, but it takes this long to actually rotate, and so it is triggering attacks over here, but it's actually facing this way, right? And so the other thing I've been wanting to update is the movement system so that we have, it doesn't have to rotate like this. If we're just moving from, you know, from here to here, it just rotates. It just rotates itself, right? It rotates its body so it looks this way. Rather than, hey, I've got to move and rotate. Because it's going to move here and then you're still going to be facing here. And I know you know that, but it's got to be, the move system has to be a little bit more flexible. That's why, dude, I mean, why do you think I built the game without architecture when we first started? All this new architecture is just brand new. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll be right back to you. I gotta step out for a minute. Okay, okay. Yeah, Roblox is cool stuff. I'll be back. I made it back. Go back to whatever I was doing here. Trying to figure out this character. I thought the humanoid would just like come with stuff, but let's see if this just works. I think the script just randomizes stuff, so let's see. Looks like it's got some animations in here, that's cool. Let's see. Try to make this again or something. So enemy model, humanoid, set the head property. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe it means I have to make this stuff. Right click, select model, and then humanoid, window. Occlude all. You now add a human. Need pretty much add to the game. The model? Nope. There's no model there either. Man, it could be I can't see nothing. Chart of the character model and model should get the head part. Humanoid, parrot. Root part is child humanoid. Head. That's so weird. Parent the humanoid object to character by dragging and dropping it to the model folder. Head property. Explore, right click and select the character rig. New rig. Motors. Character mesh. I don't see no character rig. But somehow there's a rig type. Yeah, I'll just look at the documentation. It does not look correct. Oh, Roblox. Humanoid. I don't know if this is all documentation. I'm gonna go through that too. Joints, textures. The head part must be attached to the part named torso or the humanoid died. Part appearance are applied using character mesh. Humanoid left leg lighter. You're creating a character. Let's see. Just want to create a character in Roblox. Like custom character, just want a regular character. Aging, exporting, importing, testing. Yeah. Like, it's still like a lot of steps. Man. Okay. Humanoid. Not super helpful. But I think it's right. I just have to like piece it together for some reason. And there's no character rig, so I don't know. It's avatar. Character. 6. Block avatar. Damn it. Cut. Let me see if that works. If that works, like all of a sudden, we'll see. Just says rig. It's fine. know what this stuff is. Body part description, whatever that means. So this gets pathfinding service, workspace, script.parent, find first child. Get pivot, math, radius. Compute async. Alright, so what do I do? I'm trying to create some dumbest stuff. Walk radius is 50, wait time is 2. NPC is the model. Get pivot, random. I'm not sure. All true, target, get random position, create path, radius, can jump, compute. Let's see. Common issues, check if works. Currently, ensure rig is not anchored. Can we move humanoid move 2? Group pivot apart. Should target. Okay, I see. Okay. Let's see. Warning. Okay, let's see all the warnings. There is one warning. I found character added there. It says walking too. Unless there's some other character out there just wandering around. Check humanoid is part and present name properly. Humanoid root joint. Attached. not anchored. Where's the rig? Where's the rig? Ensure. Oh, I think that's what the part is. Visualize the path. After calling path compute async, you can check path status. If not, there's the async compute. If path status complete, it looks like it's there. Oh no, this one says success. Oh, I see. Status does not equal success. You can print the waypoints generated. Okay. Path get waypoints. Obviously that should do something here. And then we're missing invalid waypoints. Waypoint position, invalid waypoint. Let's see why that would be invalid. I can add that to the heck. It's weird. I copied the other stuff too. Copied the success. If not waypoint. Visualize the path. This can help you see the path again. Local line for I. Can I just do that? No, because I need waypoint. Where's waypoint? Waypoint. Here it is. Okay, so let's go. Waypoint position. So making sure waypoint, and then if complete. I and waypoint. Oh, we just do. Local waypoint. Oh yeah, see. Okay, never mind. Go back. Line, instance, new part, anchor, true, position, waypoint position. For I. Line. Waypoint in path. Line position. Why is it doing it again? Point position. Yeah, that's okay. Just like that. Let's see. Three errors. Complete is not a valid number of path status. Okay, well, that'll do it, right? That'll do it. Says success. Closest no path. Path doesn't exist. Success. I guess just want to update that. Let me tell Roblox AI. On point. Yeah. Looks like it's acting up again. Wonder if something happened. I swear all this was fine. So we're gonna do, just delete that. We're not gonna do success. Oh. Yeah. Or do success. 4, waypoint, invalid. Move to failed. Wait time, task wait time. Player killed is not valid number. Okay, sure, whatever. Failed. Telling failed with status. Okay, stop. Impact status 6. Wait. If status does not equal success. This isn't right either. Say. Because it says failed with status success. Dang it, AI. Dang it, you're slacking. What the heck? What the heck, AI? Like, did I run out of credits? You just like, you don't make sense? Like, there it goes. Alright. That's great. Yes, okay. Pathfinding. Space, humanoid, blah blah. Route anchored falls. Waypoints. Okay, so we can say what I want to do is, where's these position is 37, 57, right? Okay. We just want to move on the Z, looks like. Copy. And target and points. Path. J waypoint. We create the path. I targeting points. This doesn't look right. We create the path, and then as long as the path is successful, we then get those waypoints from the path. Okay. J waypoint get path. Cool. I target points. Oh, because I have to get the grounded path. Create path. Okay, grounded position target. You get random points. Oh, I forgot to turn off the other one. My bad, my bad. So I'm gonna turn off this one. It looks like it did work. He did not. Oh, where'd you go? You're dead. Okay. And then I guess when you die, so the player resets on death, but the enemy does not. Then what? Then this is just crazy. Like, did someone just like import a bunch of effects? It's just nuts. Feels like someone did just import a bunch of effects. Someone's got bread over here. I mean, this looks just as simple as having some sprite sheet play in RPG Maker or anywhere. It's like someone's icon stuff. Like, this is crazy. Someone just like brought all this stuff in. Look, this is nuts. Everything's blood. There's just like a bunch of free assets. It's crazy looking. It looks good. It's pretty good shader, visual effects. Replicated service, script parent, humanoid, victory event, and then humanoid died, connect, victory, fire all clients. That's crazy, right? I just tell AI to write it, and I just review it and see if it's good. Obviously, it's not always good, but that's pretty good. That one works. Victory on death. And then there should be some remote event. Somewhere. Dagger hit. Victory event. Perfect. And then, where was it? To the player that will return the player to and spawn new and another listener will on a new What's it called? Enemy fighter. And another listener that will increase the high score. Server script service, it's both involved server-side actions. Player listeners, what is this? I don't want to play listener. The workspace, the best place for use. Showing health at a remote event. Listen to server script setting. Some health. Spawning enemy fire at another remote event. Spawn enemy fighter event. Replicated storage. Then listen for it in service. Clone enemy fighter from a template location. Commonly replicated storage or workspace. Set its position. Make sure both scripts handle edge cases. The model attach script to server service modular and clean. So creating a remote event with restore player health. Spawn enemy fighter event. Enable a script name player listener server. Storage, get service, workspace, restore, replicate storage, restore player health event, spawn enemy fighter event, on server, connect, player character, max health, humanoid. Spawn any event. Find first enemy fighter. Not template. Clone. 2, 3, then minute apart, enemy, spawned enemy fighter or player. So then I just fire these events. That's not really what I wanted, but I wanted that to be like a victory event. But sure, I can fire those instead. And do instead go local. Restore. Help. Local. New only. Something called spawn a fighter. Oh no, the fighter should die, right? It should be like dead. Oh wait. Did he die? Seems a little bit slow. I'm not sure why. You did? Reduced. Not sure what happened there. Enemy fighter has died. Firing victory event. But that didn't happen. Or maybe it did. Should be restored health for player. Unless it did spawn it and it's just like really far away, which could be true. Let me see. Spawn. Let's move the fighter then into replicated storage. Oh. Paste into here, and then workspace, and we're gonna get the replicated storage. Find first child, enemy fighter. And let's see where 00 is. Should be somewhere here, right? Is this 00? Yeah, clone. It says current says I can comment this out. Waypoint, we can comment that out. Then I need something to just say fight to trigger the first fight. Let's go ahead and create a GUI. Button. So cool. Fight button. Good top. Variant. Fine. Find first child. Fight. Define. Right button. Connect. What is it? Connect. To call. Spawn enemy. Fighter. Event. Button. Push. Let's see what it comes up with. So, for game launch is like a local script touch button. Where did I put my start fight button? Attach the script to the character's button ID. GUI. Fire server. Where is this? Oh. Service, spawn, enemy event, button, fight, grip the parent, button, mouse button, one click, that's what it was, and then connect. Has spawned. Not spawns true. Fire server. Is that why I'm not doing it correctly? Fire server. Is there server scripts? Okay, so my... Let's see... Triggers an event to spawn an enemy fighter. Let's break the code. Service and event retrievals. Replicator storage. This event is likely intended to handle logic for spawning an enemy fighter. Retrieval validations. And first. Spawn controls. Variable spawn. Boolean has spawn. Fire server. Fire server. The method is used to send a remote event from the client to the server in the context of the provided code server. Client needs to request an action that should be handled by the server. Running objects. This method is used to send a remote event from the server to all connected clients. Used to send a remote event from the server to all connected clients. Okay, so my spawn, the replicated storage of my enemy fighter so should enemy fighter victory death use fire clients or fire server. Makes me think that it's is likely triggered when an enemy fighter is defeated, indicating the victory for the player. The purpose of the client is defeated, allowing the client to update its UI or logic accordingly. The event is triggered on the server. Did the game let me on the server? Server to client. All connected clients. I guess if you think about it as, you know, if all connected clients, the enemy has been defeated. But it depends on who's listening, right? Because the server... Where's my server? Body, enemy, fighter. I don't have a server script, I have the player's listener script. I didn't even see you come in. What's up, man? Exactly. Exactly, dude. We should, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, we got some, oh, I gotta make money now. Shit. Like, for reals, for reals. I don't know why my notifications don't go off. I have stream elements on. Oh, there he goes. He died. Let me see. So it should just die, and then it's not like spawning a new enemy. I don't know why it takes a while for it to die too, because I die instantly. Like I run over this thing a few times, like I die. Dead. And I respawn fast, but I don't know why this one doesn't respawn like right away. For some reason he takes a while to just die. But yeah, I'm working on the is it hitbox? No, it's the same thing. There's definitely a lot of pre-made functionality in Roblox, which is really good. It's definitely making development super quick. I don't know. I don't think you were here when this happened. And then I'm just like working with AI. Like AI is writing like 80% of the code. Let me see. So I don't know where these guys got this stuff from. If I can zoom over there. Trying to select something, but it does not let me. So let me see. So I don't know where this stuff came from. I might be working with a bunch of teenagers and a lot of little kids, but I don't know where they got all this stuff from, but all this stuff looks cool. I think there's just so many free assets too on the asset store that you can literally just like download whatever you want, look for it, and just throw it into your game. There's like all these free visual effects, like just some random like comet, electricity. I don't even know what these guys are working on. They've got like animations and everything. And it's like all pre-made stuff. Tons of it. And so it's really easy to just drop in like your own character. Like it took me a little bit to figure it out, but once I figured it out, it's just really easy. But yeah, so you're kind of... There's different like limitations. And I'm still like learning the limitations of everything. But I think you have like the standard Roblox characters are like what's called an R6 and an R15. Basically an R6 has 6 parts and a R15 has 15 parts. It's a little bit more dynamic animations. That's really all. But they use different textures. The texturing definitely seems a little weird. Right now I'm trying to wrap this up and work on a few. So right now I kind of like told them, I was like, you know what, everyone, all these Roblox teams I kind of like started talking to, everyone's like trying to build this massive ass game, and I'm like, y'all crazy. You know, they're trying to build like MMOs and stuff, and I'm like, let's just not build the next Wukong game. Or so that's what this one's like kind of was. And I was like, let's not do that. And the other one was another, it was like another like MMO. And I'm like, let's not do that. A lot of people died off that project. And one person, he's like, oh hey, just join me on this like clicker game. I'll probably work on that clicker game tomorrow. But this one, I broke it down. I was like, you know what, let's just like make an arcade fighter game. And like, you know, old school like Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, and I was just like, and everybody, right? I'm in like different like, you know, since I've been looking for work, I jumped in a bunch of different servers for like indie devs. And everybody, just everyone's like talking about building like these massive games. And then I looked into the Roblox stuff and I was like, you know what? Maybe I'll just like do Roblox stuff. And yeah, and I'm like, no, like just break it down, guys. Like, I'm not, no one's gonna be building this game. Like, these guys are like totally unrealistic too. They're like, we're gonna build this game in, well, they were talking about the MMO. They're like, we'll build the MMO in like 8 months. But they're like getting a lot done. But I was like, yeah, well, let's just build like this fighting game, this arcade fighting game, and try to keep it simple. The animations, like they're already animating stuff and getting like fight sequences in. It's crazy. I mean, so they're doing good. And then I'm like the programmer. There's like a couple other people that are scripters, but I'm not sure. I think I've done almost everything right now. And I'm just trying to build like some prototype stuff. So trying to say, hey, like, all right, you're gonna start fighting, and then this thing's supposed to just die. There's like there was a leaderboard. Oh yeah, it's over here. Someone made this like program, this leaderboard. And it's so weird to think because I always think like a lot of stuff is just UI. But in Roblox, everything is, a lot of things are 3D, right? So they 3D modeled a leaderboard. And so you just walk over to it and you to see the leaderboard. So it's kind of weird. But I'm like, you know, oh, see, like he died right there, like immediately. So he's supposed to die and then spawn a new one. And you're... But it looks like something is happening with the new spawned guy. I don't know where he's... I don't know if he's actually getting spawned. Alright, man. Yeah, I'm gonna jump off soon, too. But we'll catch up later. And, yeah, Wednesday will be the day I'll work on stuff, so I'll spend all day on Koitsugi. Cool. I'll catch you later. I think this needs to be fire server. I don't think AI is right about it. I'm just gonna argue with AI too. Why not? You know, I argue with people that work. Yeah. So let's see. The script. Since the script is running, it's not running on the server. Which is cloned in the workspace, and the events are meant to notify clients to restore health. It is correct that broadcasts to all clients. I don't know. I disagree. I'm gonna disagree with AI here. If only the client who defeated the enemy used fire client player, the intent is to request the server to do something from the client, use fire server. Current logic is correct if you want all clients to be notified. And that's not what's happening. I'm notifying. Cancel. You're wrong, AI. You are wrong. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's wrong. Is it because it's a remote event? Hold on. Where's my player? Restore player health. Let me see. I'll try it again. I'm gonna see if it restores my health at the very least. Oops. I'm gonna go over here and go get damage. Right? Oh no. Now he's not gonna die. Let me see if I can move it. Oh crap. So now I can go. Let me see. Let me see. Oh, where are my server scripts? Let me see. Well, why'd you make a... This is what I was talking about. So the event fires restore player health using firewall clients, which only triggers on a client event listeners. It's waiting on server event for these remote events. Change the enemy fire death script. That's what I literally just said that. Fast the player who killed the enemy. Find the killer tag. Server and listener. The summary of the necessary page changes. Connect. Accept those changes. Nita, what's up? I'm about to jump off, but what's up, man? How are you doing? I'm gonna be on for like, I'll be on for like 15 minutes. Trying to wrap this up. I'm arguing with AI over here because it keeps changing its mind. Hey, no worries. I'll be on tomorrow. I don't think I've got anything tomorrow. I'm just gonna be... I think tomorrow I'm gonna work on the other Roblox game and some iOS stuff. And then Wednesday I'll come back to the Unity game. I gotta apply for jobs and stuff. Awesome. How'd the game jam go? Argue because I told AI, I was like, no, this should be server, fire server, and you told me no, it was wrong. And now it's like, oh wait, you're supposed to use fire server. This is how the apocalypse happens because I was arguing with Roblox. Yeah, this is a server connection. Yes. These are... Got less than... Okay. You have a link? Was it, you have a link to the game jam? You want to post it? I'll check it out. Or do you have until the end of the month? I'll wait till you're done. I'm not sure when the final day is. That's what I said. I'm gonna go... Bah, AI. AI's gonna be like, how dare you mock me? I'm like, well, I'm trying to help you out. Learn, man. Mr. Robot. See, no matter what, it attempts to change things. And I'm like, why? Stop doing that. I didn't ask you to change. I told you what happened. Client to client, not fire server, client to server. Or at least... Okay. You fire the server, and then the server goes and talks to everybody. Right? Less than 11 hours? Not bad. Yeah. Yeah, just let me know. I mean, I'll be here tomorrow, or just put it in the Discords. The servers we're in. I don't know why it doesn't die sometimes. See, even Roblox code is buggy. He should have died. Oh. See, and it does this. It's like there's some kind of like lag happening. I don't know. Fire server can only be called from the client. So that's what it said. Okay, let me see. I think I need to change something. Something's going on. So these server scripts I don't think this should... on server event, then okay, so it doesn't like that either. So what am I doing wrong here? Victory on death is... So when the humanoid dies, it needs to tell the server to restore everything. And so I think this should be... Fires from a script when fire server is called. Fire server can only be called from the client. Well, that's the weird thing, is like... So is... I mean, it is being called from the client. Is it not? I spawn the clone. Is that the issue, that it's... So we died. Fire server. But it's complaining because it needs to... It can only do fire server from the client side, which is like a local script. So instead it's saying that they're all clients. Fires the on-client event from each connected client, right? Let me see. How do I... Send for... Just change it to client, right? I think so. Instead of on server. So I don't know why it doesn't do that, where I say... Let me see. Restore health. Duplicated storage. I don't know why restore health on client. If It's still saying. And then so I think the issue is that this is a server script, but it needs to be this one here. But I think that's how you would like make like a kind of MMO, like everyone's fighting a single boss. But you would tell the server to spawn the enemies, like, hey, this enemy's is dead. Oh, what happened? Hold on, what happened to my button? Fail. Incomplete. Uh-oh. Incomplete statement. Where? Oh. Alright, try it again. Now spawn fighter doesn't work? Understand. Fire server spawn enemy event. Oh no. So that one is a server event. Because I'm still saying. But so that worked, right? I said spawn enemy fighter. Button would fire the server. Turn this off. Would fire the server. But it wouldn't do this the client side. Let me see if I have the other one. Alright, let's try it again. Spawn. So that works. I can spawn a fighter, and then... God dang it. What does that keep happening? Should anchor it or something. Okay. For some reason it takes like a second to catch up while ads are coming in. And yeah, that was it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save it right there. Come back later. Well, I gotta go. I'll catch y'all later. Thanks, Nita. Thanks, Blind, for hanging out. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. because the listeners on client, and it's on the client. Yeah.